Morning. Sorry, still getting everything set up. 1 second. And that's better. Don't mind me. Trying to get my whip out. Up. Maybe. But I'm mute. Yep. Okay, I think we're set up. Running a little late this morning. Something's going on with my audio. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, so I had a bunch of priming to do. I got these 15 right here primed. I also primed 10 goblins. And I primed a Death Knight and Orgrim Doomhammer. And I looked around for my Lost Blade Master. I don't know where he went. He's gone. Sad. But that's alright. I might print a couple of them off. Some variations. Even though they're the same guy, same model. I feel like I should have some, I should just have some more Blade Masters for the Horde. I dropped a post on... What the heck? I don't know. Might have to close something out. It's causing my mic to mess up. Maybe it's... I don't know. It's annoying. It's cool. What I can't tell is it just my headphones? Or is it the whole audio system? 1 second. quick dust, quick. Sorry. Technology. It's the bane of all of my problems. Maybe not the bane, the source of most of my problems. Sorry, I got my stream manager open on my phone, so catch what's going on. Okay. Kind of feel like it's every time I look down. Maybe not. Maybe maybe I need to put it in a different port. We'll see. Kind of tough because I made a lot of changes. Recently to my stream and all that. I did yeah, I made added restream so that I could multi-stream both to Twitch and YouTube. I had switched to it's an older laptop, well, 4 or 5 years old maybe, so old by laptop standards. Asus Republic of Gamers, but I figured in just the past, I don't know, maybe year or so, I was able to stream, or not stream, sorry, I was able to play 5 instances of Warcraft, World of Warcraft, whenever Mists of Pandaria Remix was out. I don't know, was that 2 years ago, maybe? Because I was doing some crazy, stupid stuff where I'd have one super-powered character plowing through these dungeons, and I'd have 4 of my other alts on different accounts just sitting at the entrance of the dungeon, collecting the rewards, collecting the experience. Yeah, so I had a whole dang army of Pandaria Remix level, what was that, 70 at the time? 70s? I haven't even converted half of those back to regular tail characters, whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know. So I've got quite the mess here. I don't even know what I'm going to use this spear thing for. It was on one of the guys' backs. So this is the first of my troll war bands. This guy's getting set aside. That is Uljin. He is going to get painted traditionally. But the rest I'm going to do this double slap chop that I've been playing with for a while now. My new favorite method. So, real quick, I know I've explained this method multiple times, but for anybody that is new, hasn't watched me stream, or doesn't know miniature painting, double slap chop is a method that utilizes contrast paints, such as speed paint. Speed paint is Army Painter's brand. You've got express paints from what you want to call it. Those guys. Vallejo. Sorry. And I think it's Citadel paints, Games Workshop's paints, whatever they're called. They just use the name contrast paints. And so what all that is a paint that is pigmented in such a way that as you apply it, it fills into your recesses, gives it a darker look, and then is less apparent on your highlights. So traditional painting requires you to do your shading, shadowing, whatever. And requires you to then add your highlights after you've applied your base coat. Or layering, what have you, which produces a very good result, but is very time consuming. So they created these paints to help people build armies hence speed paint, express paint. It's just meant to make it go faster. There's a lot of people that do tabletop RPGs, and they want their armies to look good, but they don't really want to put a lot of work in. And so this method is created to just paint an army quickly, get it tabletop ready, and that is great and all. I do love the result, but there's a lot of things that you can do to make it look even better. So a method was invented many years ago called slap chop. And so what slap chop is it just helps with that, helps with the highlights. So there's a few different methods. Most people start with a black primer, and then they will dry brush a lighter gray, and then do a final dry brush with a white, trying to emulate the black in the shadows, gray in the mids, white in the highlights. And that method kind of, from what I can see, that kind of dominated most of your slap chop methodology. That's what I started with, but I noticed that using a black primer, my miniatures were too dark. So as a very novice miniature painter, I experimented with other primers or base colors. So I started with gray, just the standard Army Painter gray primer. And well, that worked. Oh, sorry, I also eliminated the gray dry brushing. A lot of what I was reading said it really didn't matter. So by starting with a gray base and then just dry brushing white, that did give some good results, but now the miniature was too light. There wasn't enough contrast. So for a while there, I would prime my miniature, air prime it, and then I would use Army Painter had a few darker gray airbrush paints. I'm not going to remember the names, but I started using those. So I'd prime it, and then I'd hit it with that dark air paint, which was great and all, but time consuming. So semi-recently, well, a while back I discovered Pro Acryl, Monument Hobbies, and started getting their paints and found they had a primer that was a real dark gray. I don't remember if it's a neutral or whatever, but it was a dark gray. And I have to thin it a little bit, but it's meant for air priming. So I've been working on or using that to prime my my miniatures for a slap chop. So then I come through, as you can see what I'm doing, I come through with the white dry brush. And I should have this a little more damp than it is, but because I am getting a lot of dust right now. I'm also way out of the camera view. Let's see if I can adjust that. That might help a bit. I also might need to raise the camera up. Yeah, this is a newer camera. Sorry, not to jump topics, but there's a bunch of features that I haven't unlocked yet or figured out yet, but we'll get there. So with the normal slap shop, after you complete your dry brush, you're going to apply your speed paint colors that you want to use. And then that's it, pretty much. Some people may choose to do some touching up in areas, or you know, adding eyes and other little features that the contrast or speed paint doesn't get. But that's the essentials of slap chop. So I don't know who came up with the double slap chop method, but Don Serratos, one of the what I would call the painting greats, he's the one that really well, he put a lot of tutorial videos out about this. And there's a lot of potential with double slap chop. So what double slap chop is, same deal. You start with your base coat, primer, and then you hit it with dry brush. He only uses the white dry brush. I've replicated that. And then he applies his first layer of speed paints. Now there's a few different methodologies that you can use. One of the nice things about it is your first layer of speed paint can be a complementary or I don't really remember all the magical art words, but you can make adjustments to that first color and get a different end result. There we go. That works. And so your first layer of speed paint may not be the same color. It may be a variation or a complementary color of your final color, the color you desire. An example of that is I use Lizard Folk Cyan for most of my green skin. I'll probably do it with most of these. And that gives us a real nice final color in the end. So that's our first slap chop, if you will. Then we come back and we do a second. So now you take your white dry brush and you hit everything with a white dry brush again. Make sure I'm dry brushing under the camera. And then finally, you apply your last layer of speed paints. And that's where you'll see the variations in the colors that you use. You'll see how those can change the final look of it. And it's kind of a cool effect in general. So, at that point, your miniature can be done, or you can do your eyes, you can do some touch-ups, you can add some little details that the contrast/speed paint doesn't get you. You know, adding war paints or fire effects, whatever it might be, spell effects. And that's why Mr. Ceratos calls it Double Slap Chop Plus. And I feel that that gives a better look than just the standard slap chop. So since I'm sorry, I cannot chew bubble gum and walk at the same time, just so you're aware. So these are not going on a battlefield in the traditional sense, like a tabletop RPG. These are going to be on display at my house, so I don't need them to look perfect because this is still just an army for me. But I want them to look better than, you know, just a quick paint job. And for me, the double slap chop method, you know, yeah, it's extra work from a regular slap chop, but not by much. So I'm going to do that on these, but as I've been discussing with my army in general, the soldier units like these, they're going to just get a double slap chop. And then leader units, like I pulled Zul'jin out of this little war band. The leader units are going to get painted traditionally. And some of that is, one, I want those to look really good. And two, you know, I'm doing this little project just because I want a Horde army, but I'm also doing this project with some desire to increase my skills. So I would like to learn and practice new techniques. And one of those is layering. You know, that's a new skill that I've started to learn and started to put into practice. While I have a very long way to go, I've already started to grow that skill. So I want to not just paint this army and stagnate in my skills. I want to keep growing them. Which I don't think is necessarily going to be a problem. I get distracted very easy with my painting. And so I'm working on this army and suddenly I painted a Gul'dan miniature for this army. And that led me to paint the Gul'dan bust that was sitting on my table for months. Literally had to brush dust off of them. Now I'm back on this army, but I'm also halfway through this gal. So this is Sylvanas Windrunner. You can see again. Let's make sure I don't mess this up. I'm working on the blending. I'm okay with where the skin's at. I'm willing to continue to learn and grow with this. This was practice. I'm going to continue doing things like this. I've got other busts. Still need to finish for the red armor, and all this black is steel. So, not metallic metal. We'll get it though. Eventually. I just realized my camera is right now. Because it wasn't. One, I had it swapped. And then also, I'd have to put stuff upside down, but it looks like it's mirrored right. I don't know. I don't know what I did. It's cool though. Sorry, new camera here too. I think I already said that. So for anybody that has not joined us, and I keep mentioning my army, probably confused because you've never seen these particular miniatures on a tabletop. So forgive me for everybody that's been here before, who's getting to hear this story all over again. Got in on essentially a Kickstarter. It's called Frontiers on My Mini Factory. It's a Kickstarter for miniatures or painting models in general. And it just, I don't know how I saw it, but it was a Sun Elf army. And I had already painted some Sun Elves here in the stream many months ago. And so I see this army now, an actual tabletop, one-page rules compatible army, and thought, hey, that would be fun. I've never painted an army before. So I jump onto that Kickstarter, and I buy all the other Sun Elf units in his collection, and started printing them off. And of course, you know, they're all on the square bases. They're set up for tabletop RPG, war game. And as I'm printing all these out and putting them together, like, I was nearly done, and I came up with the idea, well, shoot, I've got enough various sculpts from a few different sculptors on my mini factory that are all Warcraft themed. I could print off a Horde army. So I finished printing the Sun Elves and left them there. They're sitting on a table. There's about 180 of them. And I started printing off essentially a Warcraft 1/2 Horde army. I think it's a little over 180 miniatures again. And it is a very large number of orc grunts and warriors, orc wolf riders. Uh-oh. I've got a dragon rider or drake rider. Kind of different armor. It's the armor scheme from Warlords of Draenor for the Blackrock orcs, but I'll make it work. I'll make it look good somehow. I printed off 30 of these forest trolls. 8 ogre units, and then Cho'Gall. The ogre mage Cho'Gall. And the orcs, they range. There's 30 that are just basically Orgrimmar grunts. But make them look sorry. I can make them totally look matching, whatever. Yeah, there's quite a few leader units. I had Gul'dan. So 10 of the orcs I did blue theme, armor theme. Storm Reavers, if you will. There's 10 grunts that are bleeding hollow. I did green, and I also did some face paint stuff on them. And I have a Kilrog Deadeye. I've got 15 that are war song themed. They've got the Moghar heritage armor from World of Warcraft. And then I've got Grom Hellscream. So I'm painting those more like the Warsong clan. There's a few Wolf Riders as well like that. And I know there's a continuity issue. The Warsong clan did not... they remained on Draenor. They were not part of the original Warcraft 2 campaign. They were part of the Warcraft 2 Beyond the Dark Portal campaign. But I don't care. I wanted him in my army, so I did it. Let's see, I've got, Cho'Gall, and then 8, 4 Ogre Mages, 4 Ogre Maulers. A total of 20 Goblins. 10 are more like the Wizard, Alchemist type Goblins. And then there's a group of 10, 9 of which are Bombers or Sappers, and they're led by Gazlo. Sorry, I just forgot his name for a second. I've got a Death Knight, and 4 skeletons. The skeletons are already painted. They're made to look like the Risen of Stormwind. Oh, what else do I have? Yeah, I've got the one Drake Rider. I will. This is the original that I had started painting. Let's see if I can. So I had primed it, started painting, was messing around with his hammer, and did too much. So it's all metallic paint. I was trying to just have black primer with a metallic dry brush over it, but I went a little crazy. I will probably repaint or reprime this, and it's getting a little dusty here. Don't mind me. Paint it as Red Black Hand, green skin though, not like I was doing there, and have a red Drake instead of the black Drake like I was planning. Let's see, what else do I got? Oh, I've got 20 orcs that are, I don't know if I'll make them Frostwolf themed. I probably will. That's a lot of orcs for Frostwolves. So maybe it'll be a mix of Frostwolves and Thunderlords. No, Thunderlord. Never mind. I'll figure it out. But basically, there's 20 of them that are. They use the. Was it the orc? Yeah, it was the standard orc heritage armor that we had 3 colorations: Blackrock, Frostwolf, and Warsong. So I think. I don't know. Either way, I'll make them look cool. And, yeah, I said I got Wolf Riders. I think that's... Oh, then the 30 Forest Trolls. There's a war band of 15 that are led by Zul'jin, and I'm going to make them... I might have them be a mix of Amani and Shadowpine. Only difference there is hair color. The Amani have red hair, Shadowpine have purple hair, I guess. I'm gonna keep it that way. Even though I know Gul'dan, or Zul'jin, oops, sorry, Zul'jin. I think he originally had like white hair in the artwork. In the game, it was always red, so I'm gonna stick with red for Amani and purple for Shadowpine. I might mix a couple Shadowpine in here, just because. And then I've got another 15, and it's led by it's actually this guy, but I reprinted him on a square base. It's a forest troll, but this was part of a it was a Attack on the Caravan launch, so I don't even know what era of Warcraft that is. Something. I think. I don't know if the receiver's too far away. I don't know. Whatever. Every time I lean over there, I lose the mic in my ear. I don't know if you guys are losing it too, but it's kind of annoying. Sorry, it looked like I had missed something on here. I didn't, but oh well. What else? Oh yeah, so that 15 trolls, they're gonna be more of like a, I don't know, maybe Fire Tree and Smolderthorn. I don't even know how to do that, but it'll probably be just like orange hair and different variations. So they're just more regular forest trolls that stuck around with the Horde, or joined the Horde, sorry. And then what? I got Gul'dan, Orgrim Doomhammer, Grom Hellscream. I've got a Blade Master, which I lost, but that's going to be like Samuro, the Orc Blade Master that we see in games like Heroes of the Storm. I don't know if we ever encountered him in World of Warcraft. We probably did, I just don't remember. But we'll have him. I may throw in another Blade Master or two and just dumb them down a bit. Yeah, Gazlo, of course, for the Goblin heroes, Zul'jin, and this other guy for the Troll heroes. The Death Knight, it's not going to be Terran Gorefiend, it's just going to be a standard Death Knight, but I'll probably paint him special. Kilrog Deadeye, Rend Blackhand. I do not have a Blackhand, but remember, he was beheaded. May try to do like a Garona half-Orcan. Maybe. I may have to print off another, I might print off another Duraton. Maybe not. Might paint off a Drekthar. I know, that's totally... But I already have the Warsong clan here. So if I bring Frostwolves and their leaders in, whatever. It's my army. Yeah. So I've got it's about 180 plus different units in this army. And they're all going to go down in my orc village downstairs on my little bar. I would like to, probably after that, I will transition to an Alliance army. Alliance of Lordaeron, so that's going to be Alliance, I'm going to wash this out while I'm talking. Yeah, as I walk away, I'm losing this. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Turn my thing off. Sec. Okay. I got a new docking station, and I'm feeling like it's supposed to be much better, but it doesn't feel like it's much better. So I just plugged this receiver directly into the computer. It may not be able to take the wireless devices. Oh well. Nothing to do about that. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I clean this dry brush. This is a nice dry brush set that I don't want ruined. So... yeah, when I walked into the bathroom to wash that dry brush, I completely lost connection, and then it shut my whole headphones off, which is not supposed to. It's not supposed to do that. But oh well. There we are. Okay. So what we've got. I'll jump back to what I was talking about. I know I was about to tell you about the Alliance Army plans, but let's take a look at these. So we've got wood color. Kind of a leather strapping. So let me make sure I get this. And they all kind of have the same. So this little thing is probably like leather with wood attached to it. We have fur. We have the bracers, the cloth, shield, wood, face mask, face guard, skin and hair. So, kind of one of the things that I was doing, and I'll probably stick with this. I'm going to use the, not the Raging Sea, although that would look decent. I'm going to keep these guys kind of the same skin tone as my orcs. I mean, I'll do some variation, but the base layer is going to stay this lizard folk cyan. I may play around with that other, try to get some more pale greens and brighter greens based on tribe. And I may even play with the second layer. But I feel like in game, the Shadow Pine and the Amani share the same models back when Burning Crusade came out. And then we stopped seeing the Shadow Pine after they upgraded the Amani models. So I do want to, just for the sake of ease, I want to keep the hair colors consistent. Although I know the Shadow Pine also had red hair, I'm just going to say Amani have red hair, Shadow Pine have purple, and try to throw in a couple like that. So I'm going to use Lizard Folk Cyan for their skin. All that to say that. Their cloth is going to be probably matching their hair. So let's look at this. I think this black, purplish, red murder scene. Got a little bit of a glare there. There we go. That's probably going to be my base for the hair and their cloth. Yeah, because it's going to either be purple hair or red hair. That's a perfect base for it that we can build off of then. And I may make some adjustments between the hair and the cloth so that they don't look the same, but they're going to be similar colors, so we can use that as the base for all of them. And then, this one's almost out, we're going to use this brownish decay, and we're going to use this for all of the wood, all of the leather, and any cloth or bone that's going to be kind of a brownish color. And then lastly, we're going to pull out Gravelord Grey. I do kind of a very I don't know what you'd want to call it, a very weak version of non-metallic metal using Gravelord Grey. And I'll keep with that. So, let's do something real quick. Don't mind me. I just want to go into my restream and find my mouse pointer. I don't even know where my mouse pointer went now. Dang it. See, now that's not reading because I changed that port. 1 second. Okay. I think that did it. Yep. I want to change my chat settings to hide chats. Otherwise, my screen is getting all... Maybe I can't. Whoa. No. Didn't want to do that. Oh, I thought there was a way I could... Oh. Well. Oh well. Sorry. I thought maybe I could, So we're just gonna make this box smaller. No, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. Okay. All right. That's good enough. So yeah, that is what we are going to do with these. That will kind of simplify our first layer. And just make it look good. So we got. I also start with the bigger brush. Well, the number 2, which is bigger for me. I know a lot of people do bigger brushes than that. What else do I have here? I've got a number 4. Maybe I start with the number 4. As long as you got a good point on it. But yeah, the your first layer of slap chop, when you apply your contrast paint, it's not as important to. I mean, you want to paint the lines still, but you can make some mistakes. So let's do a little bit of Lizard Folk Cyan. Let's see if I can make this good old number 4 work well. Let's push all of our minis back. Now the basing, I'm just gonna, I'll apply the brown on it on the first layer, and then I won't touch it. I will come back with a with a what you want to call it, the basing texture. Sorry. Yeah, I'll come back with some form of a basing texture. I might put some grass on it. Even though this is all one army, I am keeping them in accordance with where they would have been found. So Amani and Forest Trolls would be in the forest, whether Zulaman or Arathi Highlands, Hinterlands, whatever. Yeah, this brush might not work. I've used this for too much, so the point isn't really strong on here. Might go back to the number 2. We'll see. So yeah, back to what I was droning on about. I would like to make a alliance army. It will be the Alliance of Lordaeron. I've got actual Lordaeron footmen and knights. So probably have a few Lordaeron divisions. Sorry, this is where it gets really difficult to talk. Already being unable to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Once I start focusing on this stuff, it becomes just impossible for me to remain focused. So I apologize in advance when I lose my train of thought. And I apologize especially for when I lose my train of thought and I start talking about a different topic, because I completely forgot where I was, and it has happened before. So I might have like a regiment for Stormwind. I do have a miniature that kind of looks like Uther, or sorry, not Uther, Anduin Lothar. I do have a Uther. He will be there. Maybe. Yeah, that'd be a good idea to have him too. Quick audible. I'll just paint his hair to make him look a little younger, since it is an older version of Uther. There we go. Yeah, maybe I can make this brush work. Maybe. Maybe I'll have to pull out a newer one. I think I've got some of these version brushes that I haven't really touched. I'll have to look. Yeah, maybe some Stromguard soldiers. If I can find enough human mages to put together, create a little Dalaran unit. Maybe a Gilneas unit, maybe even an Alterok. Even though they betrayed the Alliance, they started on the side of the Alliance. They just thought that the Alliance was going to lose. And let's be honest, it definitely looked like the Alliance was going to lose. The Horde was pushing and pushing, and if it would not have been for Gul'dan's betrayal, the Horde would have wiped the Alliance out. So for the Alliance's sake, thank you, Gul'dan. For the Horde's sake, curse you, Gul'dan. I mean, he got what was coming to him, but still. For anyone that doesn't know, Gul'dan led his forces away during the siege of Lordaeron, betrayed the Horde, abandoned them in the siege, and went across the sea to the Broken Isles to find the tomb of Sardris. Except when he opened it, the demons inside poured out and ripped him to shreds. Very happy for that. That's what he gets. Yeah, we got kind of a hook and a split in this brush. Let's take a look at what we got. Any big ones that I haven't used? Maybe this is number 3. It's a number 8. I don't think I want to use an 8. That one might. That one's got a little bit of a hook, but that might work. Let's move my paints. Let's move Grom. Got too much stuff up here. So I got this old paint set, or paintbrush set. I don't know if I pulled any of these brushes out. Or was this all small stuff? This was all for details. Okay. So scratch that plan. This is all zeros, ones, and twos. Okay. Why is there a little murloc over here? What's the phone? Well, guess we got to deal with this. We'll just use the 3. I might try to repair those synthetics, but we'll see. We'll see. This 3 might do better. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna refill my tea. Don't go anywhere. All right. What else? Knights, human knights, probably from the kingdom of Lordaeron. Then dwarves. I need some dwarves in my army. Crazy, all the Warcraft sculptors, they've done a lot of dwarves, but none that look like the classic Warcraft 2 dwarves. So I will probably throw Titan Forge Miniatures did a dwarven mountaineers or whatever, and their riflemen look very much like the Warcraft 2 riflemen. So I'll probably throw those in there. Paint them up like Ironforge. Some Griffin Riders, maybe 1 or 2. If I can find one that looks more like a Wildhammer. There we go. A Wildhammer dwarf. That'd be nice. Maybe do some Wildhammer units. A small one if I can find some more Berserker-looking dwarves. Paint them with the blue face paints, all that. And then gnomes. A couple little gnome units, maybe a machine or 2. And then I will probably print off blood elves and paint them like high elves. They're the same thing. They just change their color scheme, so if we follow that, we'll be fine. Yeah, so that's my plan for my Alliance army. After that, what I may do, and all this, like, this Horde army is going to take me well into the first couple months of next year. So then you throw in a Alliance army, you know, that's months of painting. I recently got a bunch of Star Wars Legion So I've got a lot to paint. And I know, the past few weeks, motivation to paint has been very difficult to find. So as long as I can find that motivation, I can paint these armies a lot faster than I have been. But yeah, one thing I'd like to do is create a variation for this Horde army to make it a modern Horde, Thrall's Horde. Throw in the Dark Spear, throw in the Tauren, maybe even add some, modern units like the Nightborn, some brown skin Maghar. If I could find some more high mountain troll sculpts, or wait till they sculpt them. Because I think I've only seen one or two random models for high mountain. Be nice to have a high mountain unit. Shoot, it'd be nice to throw in the Tonka too. Or more like the Bison Tauren. I get all the skin. Looks like it. What else? Oh, same with the Alliance. Add the Void Elves, add the Night. Well, I might see. This is where the insanity really grows. I might make a separate army for the Night Elves and a separate army for the Blood Elves. Maybe the Blood Elves could be split between the Forsaken, the Blood Elves, since they are on different continents. We'll see. All this is all speculation. Nothing's concrete plans. Nothing's in concrete. Yeah, like I said, we'll see. Plans can change. I can get distracted and suddenly start doing something else. I've got a lot of stuff I could be working on. So, main thing for me is finishing, not attacking too many projects at once. Like, I do need to finish this Sylvanas bust. I've got a couple other busts that I've started. Just trying to work on that skin layering. So eventually I need to actually finish those two. Just finish what I start. A lot of this is stems from the same problem I have playing World of Warcraft. I see something, I think that'd be so cool to paint, or I have a thought like, ooh, it would be really cool to have a Horde army. And I stop what I'm doing and jump onto a new project. In World of Warcraft, I had, they made that mod or whatever it was called, Altaholic. I feel like that was made for me. The fact that I have characters spread over 5, although only 2 are active, 5 accounts. And some of that was because I filled up accounts with characters where I couldn't make anymore. That's next level addiction. But I would get like that. You know, I already see it coming. This next expansion, Midnight, like, I'm very excited for the focus on the Blood Elves and Zulaman. Although I've always wished that the Forest Trolls would rejoin the Horde and become a playable race. I know that's never going to happen, because Blizzard hates us. I have made many a character, both Darkspear Troll and Zandalar Troll, that I've used just their green skin tones with red hair or purple hair and dressed them up to look like forest trolls of some form. I've even made unique guilds, just to show you the level of my depravity. I've made unique guilds named after forest troll tribes. I know, I am one of those strange people who plays a massive multiplayer online role-playing game alone, all by myself. So yeah, my guilds are my guilds. To add to my transmog. That way they have a guild name right under their name that matches the tribe they're supposed to be in. I think that little part is part of his mask. Just like I keep covering over this strapping on his shoulders pads. Oh well. It's all going to work out in the end. As long as I don't do that on the second slap chop, it'll be fine. So yeah, very excited. Just to finish my point there, very excited about this expansion. The problem is, I already know that it is going to bring some very cool Blood Elf and Forest Troll transmogs. At least I hope. Even though I know it's going to be a problem, it's a problem that I want to have. So I'm going to have to collect all that transmog, and there's quite possibly the chance that I've got to make a new character to wear some of it. Let's see. We'll see the level of this problem. So, all of that to say, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I have problems. That's what I'm trying to say. All that to say, that's why all the ideas I'm telling you right now are pending. Subject to change. But the good news, so let's see, I had to work yesterday. My normal work schedule is Monday to Thursday. I lead our factory, so I kind of follow their schedule. I don't open. They're working 12 hours. I'm working about 10. But they're hourly. I'm salary, so deal with it. But this upcoming week, I will reclaim the hours that I worked yesterday. I think it was about 6 hours in the factory. Then I got handed a bunch of tasks later that afternoon. So, and yes, I am that catty. I sacrificed a lot at a lot of different companies, and I saw the benefit of it, which was done. So I won't do that anymore. So that should hopefully give me some more time. And then we've got one more week. The following Thursday is going to be a short day because it's going to be our Christmas party. And then that starts 2 weeks paid time off for Christmas and New Year's. So I will be off after I leave that Thursday, the 18th. I've got, 14, 17 days off in a row. I will return to work. What is that? Monday, January 5th, I believe. Now there's going to be some things I got to take care of, like I'm going to cook a feast for Christmas. I want to smoke some ribs. Smoke some ribs. I'm going to probably smoke some tri-tip roast. We put a tri-tip roast in the crock pot, or maybe a chuck roast. And what else? I don't know what else. But that'll be a full day of work. but fun work because it's going to taste so good. Oh, yay. I'm already excited about this food. Yeah, it's kind of hurting the hands a little bit. Gotta remember these brushes. That's what ruins them. I mean, synthetics are already not synthetics. Sorry, speed paints, contrast paints. They're already hard on brushes. That's why I use synthetics. That's what I meant. And I always use synthetics that I can toss. But I also reduce their life by not taking care of them. Sorry, not really. All right. One thing nice about the speed paint and this method is you can just do regiment painting like this. One of the things that sucks about this method is you can do regiment painting like this. Sometimes you're sitting here and you're looking, you're like, oh my goodness, I still have to put this color on 8, 9, if you count this miniature. 9 more miniatures. It's going to take me forever. Never finish this. It's all right. It just, sometimes you can look at it and it gets overwhelming. But when you're done, here I'll have 15 more miniatures of my army finished. Well, 14, because Zul'jin is it's getting done separately. Depending on how motivated I am this weekend, I might be able to wrap up these 15. I feel like it's going to take me a good amount of time today. It'd be nice for me to start on Zul'jin. I already painted one Zul'jin a while back, and he looks good. Don't get me wrong, he looks good. But my skills have grown since then. So I'm hoping I can make him look real good. I'll change a couple things like his hair color. I won't use the white. I'll stick with red. Yeah, like I was saying before, I was always kind of disappointed that the forest trolls left the Horde. And not that all of them did. You have the Smolder Thorn and the Fire Tree that remained in Blackrock Mountain, aligned with, well, the old Horde. And, you know, that is more the true Horde. Like, I love Thrall. I love the new Horde, but, and I agree it had to change, but the new Horde has a very different face from the old Horde. And even though Orgrim Doomhammer was a honorable orc, and a honorable war chief, let's not pretend like this new Horde, even in the Warcraft 3 Horde, there's something about that original Warcraft 1 and 2 Horde that has been lost. And I love the Horde, but this new Horde is it's a weaker Horde. And it's lost a lot of what the original Horde had. Sadly, everyone that tries to bring that back, the strength of the Horde, they always go down a dark path, which I don't agree with. I hate. I feel like Blizzard just never wants a strong Horde again, or at least an overpowering strong Horde, and that's not right. And I know for everybody that's been here before, I've went down this bitch fest time and time again. Like the current state of the Horde. You know, there's a meme out there that I see every once in a while. It's been out for a little bit. And it kind of hits me pretty hard. And it shows a picture from the Warcraft 2 game manual. And it's a orc standing over a human that he must have just killed. And he's kind of pulling his head back. It's a savage image. There were a few images like that in the Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 manual. Like, it just... You know, anybody that knows history and knows anything about, like, the Mongolian Horde, not saying they were good by any means, but that type of savagery was what we saw with the Horde. And again, like I said, that had to change. You can't... That type of savagery doesn't have as much of a place in the world. To a degree. Let's clarify that. So, let's just clear that out real fast. But yeah, so it has that image, and right beside it, that says Warcraft 1996, and then it says present day. And you've got a orc with a stupid look on his face, like, ooh, with a camera and total tourist gear. And, you know, they added a bunch of stuff mostly like Dragonflight, some of the cameras, all this other stuff, and it does. It feels like they took orcs and made them weak. And that's kind of how I feel how the Horde is. Like, I remember reading the Horde has no war chief. And I'm like, I mean, there are times like the Horde loses a war, and unlike Warcraft 2, at the end of Warcraft 2, the Alliance. So, I mean, it's not just the Horde this week, we're weak. At the end of Warcraft 2, the Alliance defeats the Horde, and they lock them up. And right, wrong, or indifferent, they knew that the orcs were a threat. And yes, a lot of it couldn't be chalked up to the bloodlusts from the demon blood. The humans didn't know that. They just knew that here this warring race comes through the dark portal and starts killing them. Killing and conquering. They have no knowledge of, why they're doing this. They don't know anything about the, most humans knew nothing about the Burning Legion at the time. And so from their perspective, this is a dangerous race of very savage creatures that are trying to end their existence. And to the credit of the Alliance, they didn't put them all to death. They instead locked them in these internment camps, which were, well, I mean, America had some for nonviolence, but that's what it was. It's a place where they could put them up and control them. And I think they put some of them to forced labor. There were some things that the humans were doing after that weren't necessarily cool, but, using them as gladiators, i.e. Thrall. But, I mean, again, this was a race that just tried to end you. It's not hard to look at what the Human Alliance did and say, hey, that was totally justified. So, you have that. But then you look in future, and how many wars did the Alliance and the Horde get involved in? And some of these were, like, you look at the war under Garrosh Hellscream. I feel like Blizzard kind of did Garrosh dirty. I really don't like how his story arc turned so dark. I've talked about this in the stream before, but just a quick recap. Here's a guy that starts out so worried because he feels that what his father did brought shame to the Hellscream legacy, and he's in a depression because of what his father did. And then when Thrall tells him that, no, your father died a hero, and yes, he may have been the one to plunge us into the curse, he's also the one that ended it. Because, I mean, let's be honest, they didn't really know what they were consuming. They shouldn't have trusted Gul'dan, but they were also kind of warlike before the Demon Blood, so the ability to defeat their enemies sounded great. They just didn't know the cost. No different than Kil'jaeden and Archimonde. Kil'jaeden even says that in his death to, or his death in Deceiver's Fall, in the Tomb of Sargeras. So, Garrosh goes from, worried about what his father had done to leading the Horde down the same path. Finding weapons by any means and being willing to use the corruption of an old god, Ysarge, to lead the Horde to victory. And some of it you can say, well, the sins of the father, but what we saw on Outland in the Burning Crusade was not someone that was like their father. And yes, as he comes out of his shell, we see more and more of that, but how many of us say, well, I'll never raise my kids that way? Not me. I love the way my parents raised me. But how many of us look at the things that our parents did and say, we'll never do that? And make sure that we don't go down those paths. And that was the attitude that we saw with Garrosh. He wanted to restore the Horde's honor. And we even see that in some quests where he's all about the Horde's honor. Why would he then lead the Horde into that path again? And yes, you can argue with me and, say, well, again, like I said, I kind of created my own counter argument, the sins of the father. And a lot of times, children may not want to, but they go down the same paths that their parents went down. But it just, I hated it. So to bring that back to what I was discussing, he does become a tyrannical dictator who is hell-bent on wiping out the Alliance. He's the one that deploys the mana bomb to destroy, to murder, not combatants, just people in Theramore. It was horrible. The Alliance defeats the Horde, defeats Garrosh. Varian Wrynn. And this is not the first time that Varian has had to march on a Horde-owned territory. Varian makes it all the way through Undercity and Wrath of the Lich King after his forces were wiped out by Forsaken. And then just backs off because, okay, well, we defeated the bad guy. Here you go, Forsaken, have your city back. A city that Varian would feel is rightly belongs to the Alliance, to the humans, to the living. And now, I guess it still was Varian. So now Varian, yes, with the help of the Darkspear Rebellion, overthrows Garrosh and then hands the city back to the Horde. And it's like, why? And maybe, the war cost the Alliance a bunch and they knew there's no way we can hold that city. But it just, and I know this is for the story, to keep the story going. You can't end the Horde, you can't end the Alliance. That ends the game. But it just kind of doesn't, it feels cyclical. And well, I hate to use the word unrealistic because we're talking about orcs. Orcs and humans in a medieval fantasy environment. So realistic is not really the best word, but it just, I guess my point is it felt that the Alliance kind of lost their teeth too. And history repeats itself. The Horde gets another strong war chief. Following the death of Vol'jin, Sylvanas becomes the war chief of the Horde. And one of her first things to do is to launch the Horde into a full-scale war with the Alliance. Now, Varian is dead. He died on the Broken Shores in Legion. And now you have Sylvanas opening up full-scale war with the Alliance. And Saurfang opposes her, leads a revolution against her. And that one was kind of the bloodless siege, mostly. And the Alliance, she gets away, and the Alliance just kind of lets the Horde go. Same deal, And it's like, why? Where are your teeth? And following that, the Horde never gets another war chief. And now we see we're all friends. And while I understand, from the perspective of the game, a lot of people felt that the old Horde Alliance conflict was old and played out. I understand that. I disagree with it. The original game, Orcs and Humans, Warcraft 1, started off with conflict between the Horde and the Alliance. Who was the ultimate bad guy? The opposing side. If you were playing for the Horde, the ultimate bad guy was the Alliance. If you were playing for the Alliance, the ultimate bad guy was the Horde. Plain and simple as that. Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness. The Horde continues its march. And same thing. Who's the ultimate bad guy? Horde or Alliance? Depending on who you were playing with, that answered your question. Warcraft 3 is where we start to see kind of the breakdown of the Horde Alliance conflict. And we needed to. I do agree with that. You had a greater evil on the horizon. The Alliance was now getting attacked by an unknown enemy in the form of the Scourge. And a lot of Alliance lands started to fall. And the Guardian comes back to reveal the true enemy, which was the Burning Legion. The whole reason that the Horde came was because of the machinations of the Burning Legion. The Scourge, the power behind the undead, the Burning Legion. They were the ones that turned Ner'zhul, the Orc shaman, into the first Lich King. Now they had set their designs on Prince Arthas to complete the Lich King. Such a weird deal, by the way, but cool story. But I mean, you see the Horde now reforming. Thrall stages his prison break. The humans do their best to try to stop it. Like I said, it wasn't like the humans were all righteous in this, but they had every right to imprison the orcs. And so Thrall leads a prison break. He gathers the soldiers of the Warsong clan and goes across the Great Sea. So, kind of bringing it full circle, Thrall's Horde is different. One, it appeals to the outcasts. The first people to join Thrall's Horde, aside from the orcs, were the Darkspear Trolls. And they were getting ready to be overrun and wiped out. But I think this was just this part of the Darkspear, because there's no way they were all getting ready to be wiped out, and yet we seem to have a vast army of Darkspear Trolls in the Horde. So I always kind of view it that they were scattered, and this particular group of them that were with Sen'jin, was it Sen'jin? Whatever. That they were about to get wiped out with their leader. But so Thrall and his Horde saves them. And they join the Horde. And then when they land in Kalimdor, same deal. They encounter, and I view it the same way. I don't think the Centaur were getting ready to wipe out all the Tauren. Warcraft 3 made it seem like that, but we see so many Tauren, so many various Tauren tribes, that it's kind of hard to say, oh yeah, they were all out. But Cairn Bloodhoof, and probably his tribe, was getting ready to get killed by the Centaur. Thrall intervenes again, saves them, and now the Tauren have an ally, and they're now part of the Horde. So, again, trying to bring it back full circle. Thrall is aligning with Jaina. And turning the Horde from a very warlike, and not that the Horde wasn't engaged in wars, but Thrall had much different tendencies. You know, part of why he felt that putting Garrosh in charge was a good thing, because a lot of people questioned his commitment to the Horde and his ability to lead the Horde. And those are all legitimate concerns that a lot of orcs had. Because, you know, even pre-corruption, the Horde was a aggressive, or at least the orcs. I know the Horde didn't exist yet, but they were always an aggressive, warlike race. So, again, bringing it full circle, we digress. Now we're going back. The Blackrock, primarily the Blacktooth Grin clan, they chose to remain in Black Rock Mountain and not join Thrall's Horde. And yes, it cost them. They became enslaved by, what is it, Neltharion, the son of Blackwind? Nefarian, there we go. They became enslaved by him and his Black Dragon flight, the remnants that serve him. Although when Deathwing comes back, they're now enslaved by Deathwing. But either way, they're oops, that was too much on this brush. Oh well. Can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. And bringing it even more full circle, the Smolder Thorn and Fire Tree forest trolls also remained with this horde. And so my whole point with all this was just saying that the Dark Horde, is what they became known as, they embodied the true Horde much more than Thrall's Horde. And they didn't rejoin the ranks of the Horde until Garrosh came to power. And that was, again, because they looked at Garrosh as embodying the true Horde. He had the designs and the ability to return them to what the Horde was. I'm not saying that Thrall didn't embody any of it, because he definitely learned. There were some things that the Horde lost in the first and second war. Things that Garrosh didn't hold on to. Yes, the Horde was warlike. The Horde was conquerors, but they were also honorable. A perfect example of this is when you look at the Burning Blade. The Burning Blade went from a group of blade masters that embodied honor above all else to a demon-possessed force of chaos that we see in the Second War, to now just an organization of warlocks and rogues operating in the shadows outside of Orgrimmar, and no longer adhering to anything that made the Burning Blade the Burning Blade. A lot of that we didn't see until Warlords of Draenor, when we go back and we see how the Burning Blade was actually ordered. Because by the Second War, it was completely lost. Their identity was lost. And so, just like them, the Horde did lose a lot of its identity in the Second War. And the Horde that we see, Black Hand led them down a very dark path. Orgrim did at least bring the honor back to a degree. Although when Thrall meets him, he is a disgraced former war chief. But Orgrim still embodied that honor that Thrall did learn from him. And we don't see a lot of that in the games. We do encounter that in like the books. And there was a game that never was released called Lord of the Clans. Basically, Blizzard looked and said, this game is going to be flaming dumpster fire trash. We cannot allow this to be released. And so they scrapped it. And I think a lot of that story went into the books, which is fine. So, all that to say that even my concept of the Horde is, it's not the full picture. You know, what I've been describing. There's a lot more to it, to the original Horde, than what we've witnessed. You know, by the time of Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2, you know, you hear some of it with Saurfang's speech to Garrosh Hellscream in Warsong Hold in the Northrend campaign, Wrath of the Lich King. You see him talk about the path they went down and the darkness that consumed them. You know, the things that they did that Saurfang had nothing but regret for. Things they did to the children. You know, non-combatants. Slaughtering non-combatants who were completely unable to defend themselves. Which, in the original orcs, that would have been considered dishonorable. So kind of a you know, all that to say that the true idea of the Horde is sometimes skewed. You know, it became an issue of power, but there was honor in the original. Honor that was lost due to the demon blood. But it seems, you know, from the way that the game has progressed, that the Horde can either have honor or strength, not both. And at times, I don't even feel like the Horde retains its honor. Because they have done some pretty heinous things. It seems like every time we get a strong war chief, they take us down a dark path. And again, I know this is not just limited to the Horde. As I discussed, the Alliance kind of does the same thing. You know, Varian was a impetuous, angry leader, but a very good leader for the Alliance. And apparently he was too good, so we had to kill him off. Always disappointing. I really did like him. And not that I don't like Anduin Wrynn. And I don't fully know what happened to him in Shadowlands. I didn't really play Shadowlands. I didn't like Shadowlands. But now he's kind of a reluctant leader. I think if I'm understanding correctly, he was kind of controlled to do the jailer's bidding. And he probably did some pretty horrible stuff while under his control. And now he just hates himself and wants to hide, whatever. Again, I'm not he just is not the strong leader that we saw when he was real young, like in Mists of Pandaria. He doesn't have that same youthful vigor and strength. He's now old and haggard and tired, which I understand. But, you know, it's the same thing with the story. Can't have too strong of a leader anywhere. And that, to me, that gets more tired than the Horde Alliance conflict. Don't get me wrong. I love the game. I'm still playing the game. I feel, though, that a lot of it is gone. What made Warcraft has just kind of been lost. You know, we've killed all of our enemies. And I know the Void is not a new enemy, but it kind of is a new enemy. You know, they're finding new Dementius and whatever. It's just, it is newer. It is new villains. The Legion's gone. The old gods are defeated. You know, the Horde and Alliance have patched things up, and they're best friends now. Going to each other's barbecues. You know, and you got to sit there and look and say, well, who's left? Like, even after this, so we have this World Soul saga. What happens after this? And I know I've asked this question before. I've asked this probably too many times, but this is a legit question. Like, where does the Horde go from here? Where does the Alliance go from here? All right. First layer of skin. Wow. That took a long time. It was over an hour of just skin painting, and we're not even on the final layer. Whew. This one might take a bit. All right. Okay. Lizard Folk Cyan, we're done with that. So now let's grab the Grave Lord Gray. And we're going to try to hit all of the metal parts. So, coming back again, I guess the deal with the trolls is they just felt that after the defeat of the Horde, there was no point in remaining aligned with them, which I understand. But not all trolls, forest trolls, did that. So you have the Smolder Thorn and the Fire Tree. That remained with the Dark Horde. Or the Old Horde. I think that was what it was called, the Old Horde. Too many hordes. New Horde, Thrall's Horde, the Fell Horde, the Old Horde. I think it was the Dark Horde. The Iron Horde. That was my favorite. And then you have the Reventusk tribe that remained aligned with Thrall's Horde. Which is kind of crazy how they remained. Like how they were able to connect back up with Thrall's Horde. And then there is one other forest troll tribe that never was a part of the original wars. That is the Shatter Spear, but they did join the Horde in later years. But they're in Kalimdor. Darkshore, Night Elf lands. But the Amani never rejoined the Horde, which was always, I don't know. Like I said, I just loved the Forest Trolls, so I always wanted them to come back to the Horde. But we don't always get what we want. Part of it, I just wanted to have Amani as a playable race. Now, it is kind of... I mean, I was a little more hopeful when, what was it called? Battle for Azeroth came around. Because the Zandalar joined the Horde, and in the Zandalar city, homeland, whatever, you have all these troll tribes there. Because Zandalar was the most powerful troll tribe, and even though the other tribes no longer were part of the Zandalar Empire, like they no longer served them, they still came to Zandalar as part of the troll empire, whatever you want to call it. And so, yeah, there was kind of a thought that, well, maybe we'll get to see, a lot of these troll tribes join the Horde. I mean, you think of the state of a lot of the current troll tribes, they've been decimated. Snow or ice trolls have been decimated by mainly, the Drakari have been decimated by the Scourge. The Frostmane have been pretty devastated by the Alliance. Winterax, they kind of get it from both sides in Battle for Elturok. And I mean, the Snow Trolls, Ice Trolls, I don't think we see any of them in Zandalar. I don't think we do at all. I think we see various forest troll tribes. Various jungle troll tribes. And then, of course, one of the generals in the Zandalari Empire is a sand troll. But I just say all that to... if the Alliance and the Horde can become best friends, I would think some of these troll tribes might want to join their brethren and although I also know that most of the forest trolls, not all of them, most of them, absolutely despise the elves. And part of the reason that they have been so violent towards the new Horde is because of the Blood Elves joining the Horde. I think that was part of why Zul'jin felt so betrayed by both the Alliance and the Horde. Maybe not betrayed by the Alliance, but definitely betrayed by the Horde. Like, in his mind, he didn't have a choice. At the end of the Second War, he couldn't say, well, I'm still a part of the Horde. I don't know what kept the Alliance from marching on Zul'aman after the Horde was defeated. maybe because he did retreat back to Zulaman, and the Alliance just knew that it would be a kind of a Pyrrhic victory. The cost would be too great to take the fight. Into Forest Troll lands. So maybe it was one of those, well, as long as they're retreating and not continuing the conflict with us, we're not gonna continue the conflict with them. That does kind of make sense. Like, okay. The Alliance of Lordaeron definitely had their hands full after the war. They took heavy casualties. So, I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense that they I just need a little bit more to finish this one X. Too much to put on my wet or my dry palette. I don't want to waste the paint. So, that one's, well, we're going to use that in this next one, so we can leave that paint out. The heck? Okay. Murder scene. Because then the rest of it is just brown. That'll be kind of nice. I think it'll be pretty easy to do. I hope. I sure hope. Yeah. This will be good. Yeah, we're starting to get into some detail work here. How dark this is, I don't really want to get this all over on the skin. I already did it on the one I just did. A little too much. I mean, this first level of Slap Chop, it is very forgiving. That doesn't mean you want to go out of your way to make mistakes. This is where it really gets difficult for me to keep focused to my conversation. It's alright, though. Like that. It's got a big glob on her skin. Oh well. No beard on this guy and no cloth either. Same with this guy. So, I'm very curious, just again, coming full circle, very curious to see where this takes us with Midnight and the Amani. We are going back to Zulaman, but instead of it being a raid and then eventually a dungeon, this is actually going to be a full zone. And they're redoing the Eversong Woods and Ghostlands to make that a single zone. So I'll be very, very curious to see where it takes us in Zulaman. Or what's the purpose of going back there? And are the Amani with us? Or have they been somehow perverted by the void? Go ahead. Isopropyl will clean this one. Okay. Let's keep rolling. So speaking of plans, just jumping back into the real world for a second. Leaving Zulaman behind. Leaving the Horde behind for a second. Just for a second, don't worry. You can't get me to not talk about the Horde for that long. Do think that after the holidays, after I recover a little bit from all of the major expenditures, I think I will invest in another Republic of Gamers laptop. There's a bunch of stuff I have to figure out with it. But like the NVIDIA broadcast, has hands down the best like noise suppression. And I think just the abilities, like I said, this laptop is a very good laptop. And it definitely worked for me. But I think it was a good kind of starter laptop. Got it for a really good price. I have no complaints about it. I just think I need something a little more powerful, especially with me starting to stream video game playing. Mostly, well, not mostly, exclusively World of Warcraft video games. But I just feel like I need something a little more powerful. So just me thinking out loud. Hopefully January also brings a lot of other positive changes in my life. Having all that extra time over the holidays, I don't want to just catch up on my miniature painting. I also want to make some changes to my streaming. Try to figure out how to revive my 3D printing stream. One of the reasons I wanted to stream directly to YouTube, to do both Twitch and YouTube, is when I'm done with this stream, YouTube saves it automatically. So try to embed that into my 3D print stream. I just think that would be just to add a little bit extra. 3D printing, I know there's people that enjoy watching stuff like that, but it's already like watching paint dry. And it's always been something that I run when I'm not around, like when I'm sleeping or at work. Because I can run one of these high quality prints for like days. So it'd be nice just to revive that. I've got a couple things that I want to print off that I'm holding off on. I'm holding off for multiple reasons. One, I don't really have the space mapped out for where this stuff is going to go. Like I found a AT-AT, an Imperial Walker, scaled for Star Wars Legion. And that's going to take, I don't know, maybe a week to print. But I got to figure out what I'm going to do with these Star Wars Legion miniatures. I don't want to paint a bunch of stuff and put it in some drawer, never to be looked at again. And then additionally, on top of my miniature painting backlog, I have another orc hut from RFI Prints. I've got an orc hut from I don't even remember the name of the sculptor. Someone else that I just found that did a couple fantasy style buildings. I don't know if he was bald, but I just totally painted. Couldn't tell. Yeah, so I've got that orc hut. So essentially 2 orc huts that are slightly different. And a larger orc hut or den from the same sculptor as the second one. I think this was a bald spot. I'm gonna have to fix that. Did I do that on the other one too? I feel like there was another orc that was just like that. Had the same... Yeah, I did. Well. Uh, Hey, RemJJJ. How are you? Welcome from YouTube. I think you're my first YouTube visitor. Good to see that that shows up in my my stream here. That's cool. So I need to do something with the top of these 2 guys' heads. I don't know if this'll work, but those were bald spots. I just need to keep some of that bluish color. Probably should have just painted some white on top of that instead of what I'm doing. Yeah, that'll work. Kind of messy, but okay. Oh, almost messed that up. Gotta pay attention. Okay, now we can get back on track. Try to remember next time around that this is it's a bald spot. This guy's got some receding hairline here. I think there's 3 of them like that. Shoot. Throwing stuff around here. And that'll clean up the look when I do the second slap chop after I dry brush over some of that. That should clean up a little bit. Okay, need a little more of this. Yeah, see, this one's the same way. Alright, now that I've effectively lost my train of thought, I don't remember what I was talking about. Told you it happens. I guess trolls get bald. It's good to know. I'll bet you the, 'cause there was another batch of these that I painted before I really knew what I was doing. I'll bet you I painted that guy the same way. Not bald. Looking at him like that looks kind of funny without it. Try to just paint hair over that, where there is no hair. Oh well. Very delicate spots here. Okay, one more for the hair. Everything else is that brown color. So the one thing I wonder is there's another software program that I have to download to turn on some of the like the AI settings of this camera, the miniatures. I always wonder how those work with um, like with using OBS or what have you. It's like using the NVIDIA broadcast for the little bit that I was using that other computer. I use something called Voice Meter Potato, and that's what allows me to separate my streams so I don't get the what is it, the DMCAs or DMXs, whatever they're called. Copyright crap. I don't have to worry about that. Um, yeah, so I have a music separation, and when I did the NVIDIA broadcasts, it kind of messed it all up. Like I have two outputs, the headphones, and then my speakers. And if I didn't have my headphones turned on, the speakers wouldn't work, which was really weird. I don't know why it did that, but um, yeah. So, and I know it was because of the NVIDIA broadcast. So even though it helped remove a lot of the extra background noises, like it really helped. Way better than the AMD version, whatever it's called, because they have some noise settings in AMD and they're not that good. So, yeah, all that just to say, I just don't know how it works with with OBS and all these other programs. Like you have programs, managing other programs, and how do they all communicate? One second. Okay, before I jump into this, I'm going to take just a short couple-minute break, refresh my drink, and um, yeah, I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, back. Alright. So we can put the murder scene away. Move on to brownish decay. That's just going to get way up there. Yeah, this little spear set was on one of their backs. I don't remember which one, but it fell off while I was airbrushing it. So I don't know if I want to throw it on the same guy or because a lot of them I stopped. Set that in there, let it dry. You know, as you can see from this one, I just put it on the ground behind her rather than trying to put it on her back. Although hers doesn't fully make sense because the spear in her hand is a large spear. It's assuming that that these are throwing spears, which is fine. They didn't really. Well, I guess they could. The forest or the jungle trolls threw spears. Their headhunters have little bundles of spears like this. Oh, launched her. Yeah, the forest trolls. Our first encounter with them was Warcraft 2, and they were axe throwers. That was even the name of the unit, was the forest troll axe thrower. Yeah, those were the good old days. When I was a lot younger. Played that back in high school when it first came out. Never really played Warcraft 1. I think Warcraft 1 came out in 94. Then Warcraft 2 came out in 96, maybe. I might have some of those dates mixed up, but I mean, I went back and played a bunch of Warcraft 1. Of course, because of my love for Warcraft 2 and all that, I definitely learned the story. And of course, now the BattleNet has the whole remastered Warcraft 1 version, as well as just the regular Battle Chest version. I've got both, and I've played it. The Warcraft movie, although it didn't stay fully true, it has the basic gist of the Warcraft 1 story. But yeah, Warcraft 2 for me was where it all began. So of course, that's why I have a lot of affinity towards like the Forest Trolls, Lordaeron. Back in the day, for me, Lordaeron was the Alliance. So it hits a little bit harder when we got to watch them get destroyed. Then, yeah, as I've already kind of beat to death, the whole how the story has changed and morphed in a lot of ways that I don't like. And let me be clear, there's things that I wish were changed, but as you can see, I still play. So it's not like I don't enjoy the game. I definitely do. Still very much enjoy the game. I forget. I don't usually do the base until I'm kind of fully done. But since I started this one, I'll finish. Like I said, I use that, or I started with this army using that textured basing. This one, I'm not sure. I might not actually use the textured basing, so it's probably good that I'm putting some of this on. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do this. These are forest trolls, so naturally they should have more grassy bases. Yeah, I did one of the first the first set of double slap chop I did was on regular orc grunts. But then the second one I did was on those Moghar looking ones that now I've painted to look like Warsong. But the first batch I did were just brown skin Moghar orcs. And I actually, so I did the dry brushing for the slap shop. And then that first layer of speed paint almost exclusively was this brownish decay. Because most of their armor, their skin, the ground, everything was all variations of brown or tan. There were a couple pieces on their armor that I used like a reddish. I don't remember which one I used. And then I did metallic paint on their weapons. But yeah, it was almost all this brown. So I think I grabbed like a really, really big brush and just slapped it on everywhere. It was very easy. The second one, of course, that was a little more challenging, just like all of it. So once I wrap this up, we will have to let it dry. I mean, some of these are already drying, but this last bit of speed paint, this brown, might take a few moments to dry. So I'll have to let it dry before I can dry brush it. Yeah, there's going to be a few moments of waiting. Because then one of the things that I do with my poor man's non-metallic metal is on the second slap chop. So after I dry brush for the second time, I hit the metal with the Gravelord Gray. And then rather than applying all the other speed paints, I wait till that dries. Then I take a small dry brush and just kind of strategically dry brush white where the light would hit. Where the light would hit the dry brush, or the light would hit the metal. And that at least gives somewhat of a look of a metallic, a non-metallic metal look. And then I come and I hit the, after I use that little dry brush, then I apply the second, the rest of the speed paint. I do that because dry brushing, as anybody that's done it knows, it's very hard to directionally hit something without hitting everything around it. So, just best to, oops. Do that before I apply all the rest of my speed paint. Because if you dry brush over what you've already dry brushed over, it's not gonna do much. But once I apply speed paints in other areas, if I accidentally hit those with the dry brush, you're gonna see it. So yeah, I haven't mastered any form of non-metallic metal. I do have a Orgrim Doomhammer, a brown skin Orgrim Doomhammer. Same model as what I just primed this morning, that's going to be green skin. But I did like a burnished metal for his hammer and some of his armor, and that came out really, really well. And so with some of the orcs, I can kind of get away with that burnished metal look. A lot of orcs don't really have shiny armor. So using like a stippling method with a dry brush works really well for that. But that's very situational. It only works in limited situations. So, cute. Always wanted the best viewers on the web. Thank you. Yeah, what I'll probably do is maybe do a textured brown basing. And then glue grass and forest bits on it. So I don't know, I probably still need to paint the base brown. just to make sure I get the right coverage. You don't want gray sticking through. That's the moral of the story. Couple little tight spots here. Trying to also be mindful of where my hand placement is. I know I do that a lot. Start getting in the zone, and suddenly you're watching this. So I'm trying. This new camera does help a little bit with some of that because it just has a wider view and covers more. But I still seem to find ways to paint outside the camera. It's my curse. The sculptor, Imagine Minis, does a damn good job on his stuff. Most of my army came from 2 sculptors. Actually, it might be all of it. All of this Horde army, I think it came from 2. Yeah, I think so. Imagine Minis and My 3D Print Forge. Oh no, sorry. Orgrim Doomhammer, Kilrog Deadeye. Those came from Bite the Bullet. So I just wanted to preface what I'm about to say by saying, amazing sculptor. I really have no complaints. But I do find how he did the mask on the women is just a little strange. It's like it's like he did just a forehead mask. Compared to the guys that have a full face mask. And again, looks amazing. Just one little oddity. I mean, both of them are amazing sculptors. Lately, Imagine Minis has been doing more story sets. Like, for example, he had this, it was a few launches called Attack on the Caravan. Started with that one forest troll I showed you. Of course, wearing more modern armor, but I'm going to make him work for this army. I think he was supposed to be a mercenary, and you've got like a goblin mercenary. I don't remember what was all in that first launch. What else? What else? What else? I don't remember. Oh. Then the second launch, I think they had some like broken Draenei, and they've had random animals, like he calls them dire ants. They're the weird creatures from Outland, the Ravagers or whatever. One second. Hey. I got totally distracted just now. I don't remember what I was talking about. I told you this happens a lot. I looked down at my phone and saw a ton of notifications and totally forgot what I was saying. That's why you don't look at your phone. But I got my my stream manager is open there. Even though I don't have any audio, I can at least sort of see what's going on with the video. Honestly, I don't know why I've got it on there, because I've got OBS up, Restream is showing me, so I don't really need my stream manager there. But whatever. Yeah, I cannot remember what I was talking about. Oh, Attack on the Caravan. Wow. Yeah, I remembered. It's impressive. Usually at my age, once you lose that thought, it's gone. So yeah. Attack on the Caravan. I think that was like 3 launches for that one, but it was an event. So it's kind of themed, but in a different way compared to my 3D Print Forge. My 3D Print Forge, he does a launch based on, kind of like a well, like for example, he just did a launch. He did a Void Elf launch, followed by a Furbolg and what was with Kobolds, maybe? Oh, Furbolg and Yeti, which still is kind of a weird combo. But I think he wanted to, because usually it's just one race, unless it's a raid. Like he's done Ice Crown Citadel. He did that in 2 launches. He just did a Sunwell Plateau release. And but otherwise it's, a Void Elf launch. It's a Blood Elf launch, so on and so forth. So he does more themed around races, with the exception being his raid launches. And Imagine Minis seems to be more situational. Like his Welcome to the Barrens launch. I mean, like one release of that was Orcs. But then he also had another launch in the Welcome to the Barrens that had the Quillboars. I think maybe some Centaurs. I don't remember. I didn't get all of that launch. I think I started his tribe after he was already in it. Although having some of those Ravagers would be good. For my Shattered Hand Orcs. If I ever revisited those. See, I could totally do that. Have some Shattered Hand. Throw in Kargath Blade Fist. But paint it all green skin. Even though he wasn't in what you want to call it. You know what I'm talking about. Warcraft 2. He didn't show up till Beyond the Dark Portal. That would still be a cool, because I've already thrown continuity to the wind by dumping Grom Hellscream and the Warsong clan into this. So I could throw in just a few rogue, like. See, that was one of the things I did with I had this long launch, or not launch, painting streak of all of these brown skin Warlords of Draenor style orcs. So like the Shattered Hand, I did like the pale white skin. It was fun. For me at least. I don't know if everyone else enjoyed it, but hopefully no one's sick of orcs in my stream. Because I love orcs. And I'm going to paint more. Well, I've heard it said you can never have too many orcs. But I took some, I guess they were Blackrock theme. But they were rogues. And so I took them and printed off extra blade hands, Kargath Blade Fist blade hand. And then I just kind of broke their hands off and glued on the blade fists. Yeah, not blade hands, blade fists. That's what his fist is called. So I could make some more. They have a few different rogues in my 3D print forge. I could print a few of those off. I could probably do like a plane cut on their hands on one of them and replace it with a blade fist. And then print off a Kargath blade fist, and then just make a bunch more Shattered Hand orcs that are all greenskin. That would be kind of cool. These are good ideas. Because I don't have enough orcs in there to paint. I need to make more. Sarcasm, by the way. But I might actually do that. Okay, let's give me just a quick second. I'm gonna change out my water and use the restroom while I head in there. Hold on real quick. All right. I'd really love to wrap up the brown, get it all on there. That would be ideal. Okay, let's drop some more brown. Yeah, I might actually do that. What I was talking about before I left. Just give me a reason. I mean, I don't really need a reason. I just like to paint another Kargath Blade Fist, but green skin. I totally could throw a few of those Ravagers in there. He calls them the sculptor, Ivo from Imagine Minis. He calls them dire ants. But for all of us who've been to Outland, they're just Ravagers. You know, that's the cool thing about him making those broken. I could make a broken unit for like a future Alliance army. So of course they'll have some Draenei. But now they could also have a broken regiment. Because he does it, you know, a lot of his stuff is modular. So he can sculpt one body and give you 2 to 3 different miniatures out of one. Just by changing weapons or head options. Most of the heads aren't modular, but like this, I've got 4 miniatures because 2 are like this with different weapons, 2 are like this with different weapons, and then the wooden masks on them. So it's kind of handy, you know, when I'm looking to build an army. So then I can take a launch like this and essentially have a war band of 15 trolls. One of them, of course, being Zul'jin, but it's handy. Okay. So the other thing I'm jumping around here. Other thing I'm thinking of trying or doing. I think I might have said this already, but I'm old. Memory loss. Setting up that whole thing where pay, or you don't pay. Twitch takes a larger cut of your subscriptions, whatever, subscribers. Right now it's a 50-50 cut. I think that goes down as you get more subscribers, or Twitch's cut goes down, you get more of it. But you can turn that into a where Twitch gets 75%. And then you can play whatever music you want. Because then if there is any copyright issues or anything like that, Twitch just covers it out of what they're taking. And it all evens out. You know, I have very few subscribers, but others have a lot that are using this, and you know, so Twitch they're not hurting. Not for that anyways. So I'm toying with that. One of the streamers that I watch all the time, part of what drew me to his stream is his music selection. I mean, he's generally just a good dude too. But one of my biggest difficulties streaming miniature painting is that, well, like I keep saying, I can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. So sometimes talking is very difficult because I lose focus so easy. And I know that nobody wants to sit in a quiet stream. And although the music I play is okay, you know, I do enjoy listening to World of Warcraft music. But I could see how that would get old. And I try to rotate tracks or rotate albums, but a lot of it is based on what I'm working on. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So it would be nice to switch it up. So that way, at least if I'm sitting here silent, you guys have something to listen to. Again, just stuff I'm thinking about. Ways to improve my stream and help me out. Because if you know that you've got a problem with something, what are your options to try to fix it or remedy it? I know no one ever told me that streaming was easy. But I didn't think it would be this difficult. And it is. There are aspects of it that are not, that are very easy and enjoyable. And then there are aspects that can be very difficult. And there is a lot that you got to do to, well, to have a good stream. That's always the challenge. Gotta figure out something with how I'm putting these. I'm also, yeah, see, when you're painting on your own, I can paint like this if I want, or like this. Can't see that. So trying to keep it in the camera, that's been my fight since I started this in May. And it's just been a never-ending struggle. A never-ending battle. And I know I'm in good company. I've seen other bigger streamers do it. Bigger miniature painter streamers. And there's others, that are not struggling with this, but some of them have been doing this for... One of the streamers I watch, he's been doing this for 8 years. Mike Disney. Yeah, if you're not following him, you need to be. But he doesn't battle with this. And that may be because he's been doing this for so long. But this is still my struggle. One day, I'll be able to just get it. Just not today. Because I've been painting outside of the camera a lot today. So I do apologize to everyone that's watching. Hopefully it's not been too annoying or distracting. And naturally, you can always say something. Can't see it. I'm usually pretty attentive to when I'm doing it, but not always. So sometimes you just need to slap my wrist and say, get back in the camera. Hello. Oh, your name showed up on my thing really bad. The Paul Principal. Sorry, my OBS, that was a very dark blue. Yes, this is some old Amani Forest Trolls. You paint? What do you paint? And are you painting right now? Currently a beast man. That sounds like fun. I do have a Discord. The link should be in my About Me. One day I'll figure out how to do all the magic stuff that makes it appear in my chat. But I would love to see your I'd love to see your artwork. It's kind of a newish community. Got a couple people that post in there. But yeah, feel free to follow here and join on the Discord, and that way I can see what you're working on. And a lot of the stuff that I don't necessarily paint and stream. Oh, I missed some spots here. Like my big terrain pieces. Some of those have already gone in Discord. Some of them will go in Discord. Yeah, I can't click that link. At least not in my OBS. Let me try pulling it on my stream manager. 1 second. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Let me see if I can't. Oh yeah, there we go. Dang, that's nice. I dig that. Is that a forgive my ignorance, is that a Warhammer miniature? The Beastmen are a Warhammer, aren't they? Okay. That's old world though. Yeah, I can't say I never got into Warhammer. Some 20 years ago, a friend gave me a bunch of his I think it was Space Orcs and Space Eldar. I don't even remember who it was, but I had painted a couple of them, I think, using my mom's old acrylic crafting paints. The ones you get at like Walmart for like $2 a bottle or something like that. Which are great for wood crafts, not so much for miniatures. But yeah, I haven't like I picked a bunch of those orcs up from my parents' house 2 summers ago. Yeah. Well, I don't even remember painting it, but I saw it when I went and visited them the summer before this past summer. So I brought all those orcs home. Most of them were unpainted. Um, Actually, all of them except for the one were unpainted. And so I left that one painted. I didn't repaint him. And the rest of the orcs I fixed and painted. And that was fun. I think I got those pictures somewhere. But in reality, I've only been, aside from that one that I painted when I was a kid, I've really only been painting. I don't make them. I just 3D print. Oops, lost my zoom. I 3D print a couple different sculptors. Like all the Warcraft ones come from Imagine Minis, my 3D print forge. There's a couple others, like RFI prints, something like that. But yeah, I mostly 3D print my stuff. I kind of have an obsession with World of Warcraft. And the only way to get Warcraft miniatures is someone sculpting them. I did get a bunch of Star Wars Legion. And I know there's people that sculpt them, but that's kind of more difficult. Yes. There may be a Warcraft game in the future. Yeah, that game should be launching soon. They already did their Zeratul, which I did not get. The shipping to the States was almost as much as the miniature. So I did not get it. And I was told that this is just a particular pose for Zeratul that I'll have the opportunity to get a different pose at a future date. So hopefully that is true. Yeah, those I'll probably, when they get loaded into stores here, I'll probably indulge in those. It's kind of hard to buy physical miniatures when I can print my own. But there are some things like StarCraft. No one has really sculpted any of it. Kind of weird. I think someone sculpted a Protoss. Someone sculpted one Space Marine. But not really anything else. So So I know I talked about this earlier, but I think that was a few hours ago. I'm pretty much I'm building an army. It's going to be an old Warcraft 2, Warcraft 1 style army. Um, Horde army, that is. That is my favorite era of the game. That was actually where I started playing, was Warcraft 2 when it came out 20, 30 years ago. Oh my goodness, I'm old. Yeah, so I got into a Kickstarter. Well, it's called Frontiers. It's My Mini Factory's version of a Kickstarter for a Sun Elf army. For I guess it's one-page rules, but the Sun Elves are Dungeons and Dragons. And I decided, hey, I want to do this. Never painted an army before. And as I was printing all those out, I came up with the crazy idea that I have all of these Warcraft sculpts from various creators. Why don't I just print them off on square bases, make sure they're all scaled the same, and make a Warcraft army, a Horde army? So I've got about 180 or so, mixed between orcs, mostly orcs, couple troll war bands. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I've never done any tabletop gaming, so it's not like it's going to be compatible with any tabletop game. But I enjoy the art, and I like to put these things on display everywhere in my house. Literally everywhere. So yeah, it's trolls, forest trolls, goblins, ogres, and a ton of orcs. I've got, I think it's 45 finished out of the 180-ish. I just talked myself into printing off some more for this army. Some Shattered Hand orcs, just so I can paint them greenskin. Because I don't have enough miniatures in my backlog. Because I still have that whole Sun Elf army that I printed off and is sitting on a table. Not even primed. And when I'm done with this, I already have kind of scoped out all the models to make a Alliance of Lordaeron army. So kind of my plan with this, with the soldiers, troops like this. Oh, I'm too deep into the Warcraft world. It's kind of an addiction. You know, surprisingly, I don't play that much anymore, like World of Warcraft. I do play from time to time. I started streaming my Warcraft playing within this month, last month, November, just because of all the technology issues I was having with the cameras and all that. I was like, well, I can just stream Warcraft, be fine. But I don't play it as much. Um, I've increased my plane when Brewfest happened. So October. Oh, I I think right when you came in, I was griping about my inability to even keep it in the camera. Like you'll notice, I just constantly do this, and I'll keep painting and not even notice. It's very, very difficult. Oops. Um, and then yeah, the first camera I had, it was a Razer Keo, and it just crapped out on me. So now this is a newer Razer Keo. So crossing fingers, there's just a lot of functionality to this camera that I haven't even begun to mess with. There's some AI features to help it with the focus and the zoom and whatever. Oh shoot, getting messy. But all in good time. Yeah, so what I'm messing around with these, kind of my plan with this army is the leaders I'll be painting traditional style with just standard acrylic paints. But all the soldiers, the troops, I'm painting with a well, using speed paints, army painter speed paints, and I'm using a double slap chop method. So yeah, once I'm done with this this brown, I'll actually have to set these aside to let them dry so I can do another dry brush. So it looks like they're almost done. They're not even. I've got a lot more to do on these bad boys. But they'll look much better in their final stage. Who knows? I think by the time I start working on my Alliance army, that'll be around the time that Monument Hobbies launches their version of a contrast paint. Very excited about that. Ever since I started getting Monument Hobbies paints, been a little bit of a game changer. Pro Acryl, there we go. I don't know why I couldn't remember their paint name. Yeah, well, I started with Army Painter. I actually started with Army Painter Speed Paints. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. I was priming everything white. And white airbrushing is um, very spotty and inconsistent. It's hard to get a good white primer for air priming. Yeah, They did start shipping their Pro Acryl. Well, there are a lot of very good paints out in Europe. But they did start shipping Pro Acryl. They've got a European location now. Or fulfillment hub, whatever you want to call it. I think the only place they still have a hard time shipping to is actually our northern neighbor, Canada. But that's, I don't want to get into politics at all, but there's been a lot of grief between America and Canada. My company does retail fulfillment, and our home base is in Canada, so of course a lot of customers in Canada, and there was a 25% retaliatory tariff put on all goods coming out of America. It was a nightmare. So we're still, I think that's gone away now. Everything's good, but we were actually shipping our product to the home office in Canada and having to find sneaky ways to get around it. Not line, but just the way we would code stuff, ship it in one large batch, and then have them do the individual retail fulfillment. But yeah, sorry, that was a tangent just to say that Pro Acryl is shipped in Europe now, the EU. I don't know about England. But I think you guys have easier access to AK Interactive, which the little bit that I found I really enjoy. It's harder to get here. I kind of want to try Artist Opus. Just came out with they did a Kickstarter or whatever for their paints. And watching him do a few streams with it, I'm kind of curious about it. I mean, there are ones I love watching. I don't remember the guy's name now. Names are hard. Words are hard. But just in general, I enjoy watching his tutorial videos. Love to get me a set of their brushes. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of paint brands I haven't tried. I do have a few Vallejo. Vallejo was actually one of the first that I bought. So, short story long, I started mini painting. It was about a year and a half ago. But I started 3D printing miniatures about five and a half years ago. And I had every intention of painting. I actually did do one miniature that I painted with my daughter 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 5.5, whatever it was. Timelines are a little hazy. I think it was about 5.5 years ago. But I went to Hobby Lobby. That's a big hobby store we have here. And I bought like testers paints. And then they had sets of Vallejo um, that were like tank armor or jet fighter, whatever it was. I don't remember all the names of them. Yeah, so I had them, and I never, because I never ended up actually painting. So it's something I wanted to do, but I just never did it. So I actually have all those old paints. Bottles haven't even been opened. But since then, like the one hobby store up the road from me, they have a Vallejo stand. And so I've gotten a few of their express paints, colors that I couldn't get. Chimera. I've never even heard of that. Oh, there's a lot of paints that I haven't, or that I'm just starting to hear about. I've only bought a couple. What is it? Citadel paint. Okay, but that's not. That's one of the things I'm learning with like Pro Acryl. Yeah, they've got a lot of paints, but a lot of it is, I'm learning mixing. Army Painter has been nice, but it's made. Well, their original model was for people that didn't want to paint, that just wanted to play. And so, like, their systems are very nice for beginners. So, I mean, I love them. I still use them. In front of me, you can't really see it here, but I've got their entire Fanatic set. So I love the whole color triad, but I'm very much enjoying all of the mixing. I've watched a couple YouTube artists. Like I watched Ninjon 5 years ago. He took the Pro Acryl transparent line and made, I don't even know how many colors, 60, 70 different colors. I might be exaggerating. I feel like it was a lot, like he just was mixing. So I think it's a good skill to have. But sometimes I'm also lazy. That's why sometimes it's nice to just grab the Fanatics, especially for layering, and just use their, well, they call it their flexible triad system. It's the 6 paints, and just use all 6. Layering is also a skill that I'm just learning. I actually used it first on a Gul'dan miniature, and that caused me to work on the Gul'dan bust that was sitting on my desk, literally collecting dust. I had to actually dust it off before I could paint it. And then that led to me printing off a ton more busts, which are all primed but not started on. I do have one Sylvanas Windrunner. She's got a lot more work that needs to be done, but you can kind of see I'm still got a long way to go on the layering, but we're getting somewhere. It's kind of a little grainy, I notice, and some of the color gradients are too much, but I don't think I used the right word there. I don't even know what the right word is. Whatever. You mind me asking where in Europe you are? Oh shoot, I'm rubbing paint off. Oh well. The Netherlands. Okay. One of my regulars is Belgian. I seem to get a lot of Europeans jumping on. I think partially because I do stream earlier, because it's already what, 10, 11 o'clock by you? No, later. I think I'm GMT -9. They changed that now, but 11. Okay. Oh, so I'm only GMT minus. Oh yeah, that is 9. Yeah, I was right. Now it's like UTC or something like that. Oh, Shiny Mew Paints. Hello, thank you for the follow. Just painting some Warcraft miniatures. Sorry, I'm doing it out of the camera again. All right, Paul, the Paul Principal. I like that name, by the way. Thanks for popping in and talking. You have a wonderful evening, and I'm usually on Friday, Saturday, 9 a.m. my time. So hopefully I see you again. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm painting some forest trolls. A witch goblin. I do have a Discord. It should be in the about me. If that doesn't work, I think you can post the link here. But I'd love to see what you're working on. And then I also, in my Discord, I also post some other stuff that I don't. Sorry, I can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. I also show some of like the buildings, terrain type stuff. I did have a 3D print stream going all the time. Let me pull that up. Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen that. Is that a sculpt or is that a Warhammer? Oh, Twin Goddess Miniatures. Because I've seen that one before. That's a very nice paint job. Good job. Shiny Mew Paints. Let's do this real quick. Ooh. High Mountain Sorry, I just got super distracted. It happens a lot. My 3D print forge has a High Mountain Tauren launch coming out next month. I've been waiting for that, even though I haven't even done any regular Tauren. Okay, Shiny Mew Paints. All right. Okay. Have you you follow Mike Disney, right? I mean, I see he follows you. Have you posted your stuff in his Discord? Yeah, I just followed you on Instagram. Because I feel like I've seen some of your stuff before. Okay, I think I think I've seen some of your stuff on his Discord. Maybe. Yeah, some of your stuff looks very familiar. I dig it. Sorry, I missed that message. What were you saying that you have those available for sale on Etsy? Oh, those are my dings. Yeah, that's a very nice model. I've got some. Well, I primed a bunch of goblins this morning, along with these forest trolls. So I've got another 10 sitting over here. I'm using a double slap chop. Oh, you buy them. Oh, you buy the physical. Oh, okay. Have you thought about getting a resin printer? Not that I want to discourage you from buying them off Etsy, since I sell physical printed Warcraft miniatures on Etsy. Yeah, so I'm doing a double slap chop method on these. This whole I've got about 180 units in this army. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Not complaining because like I said, I sell physical printed miniatures. So if everybody got a resin printer, I'd have to shut my shop down. I mean, I just started selling some of the painted stuff, but it's super high priced, way too overpriced. I was just kind of throwing it on there just to gauge, I guess. I know I'm gonna have to drop it by, I don't know, 30-40% to really be, actually maybe even more. I threw a crazy price tag on it, and they're not even that good. They were one of the first batches of miniatures that I used a double slap chop method on. So they look good, but not that good. Definitely not for the price tag I got on them. Yeah, so what you're looking at here, I don't know if you're familiar with double slap chop or speed paints, all that magical stuff. These still get another dry brush, and then the actual final color gets painted on them. So this is not how they're going to look in the end. They'll hopefully look much better. And I'm only putting down on this first coat, it's like 4 colors. There will be more on the final. And I'll probably do some variations in their skin tones, and because it will be a green, not a teal. It's just putting the green over this teal has a really cool effect. Well, really cool look. I don't know if it's an effect. Sometimes I lie. Um, Sorry, trying to regain my train of thought here. Yeah, so I've been working on this army. It's not um well, I don't think it's compatible with any tabletop games. I don't play any tabletop games. Not Warhammer, Dungeons and Dragons, any of that. Not because I don't want to. I have no issue with those. I just never have. Never have. Never played them. Seems like a really cool thing to me. I just, and now I really don't. I don't leave my house other than to go to work and work, church, and every once in a while I let the light of the sun hit my face at a hobby store to buy more stuff. As I move on these, I'm gonna need to buy some more like bushes and stuff like that for the bases. Especially since a lot of these orcs are kind of a wasteland base. But shoot. I'll give the abbreviated version since I've told this story a few times today. Pretty much, I got on a Kickstarter of sorts for Sun Elves. And as I was printing this army out, which that one is a true army, it's 1-page rules compatible, I came up with the wonderful idea to take all these various Warcraft sculpts I have and just slap them on square bases and make an army. So that's where this came from. So I've got about 180 miniatures in this Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2 themed Horde army. Lots of lots and lots of orcs and orc wolf riders. I've got about 30 forest trolls separated into 15-unit war bands. This war band only has 14 because Zul'jin will be getting painted. Oh, well. My lighting is messed up. Zul'jin will be getting painted traditionally, not with this double slap chop method or speed paints at all. I've got like 20 goblins. Bunch of ogres, both two-headed and one-headed. Death Knight with some skeletons. And I got one Drake Rider. Bunch of leader units, like the Zul'jin. I've got other various leaders from that time. So that's my current project that I'm working on. Give me 1 second. Let me try to turn this light on. That might help. Keep that back area lit up a bit. Yeah, that's a little better. I didn't realize how dark it was up there. This one's almost empty. Dang. Yeah, that's a little better. Some of that's my shadow. Can't fix that. Yeah, so of this army, I've got about 45, not about, I have exactly 45 completed. Or batches of 10 orcs. I think there's like 10 archers, 20 grunts, and or 10 grunts and 10 kind of war song themed grunts. I guess they're grunts, yeah. Just different style of armor. And 4 skeletons and Gul'dan. So that's 20, 45. Sorry. Math is hard today, as are words. So now I'm working on 14 forest trolls. And hopefully I'm able to finish these this weekend and start working on that Zul'jin. But at my current rate, this army will take me well into the new year. Probably, I don't know, February, March. If I've got the motivation, I can plow through these pretty quickly. But I've been struggling the past few weeks just to keep to find the time to paint. There's been a lot going on, and a lot of nights when I get home from work, I just kind of sit there, watch TV with my girlfriend, and it gets a little difficult to find the energy and the time to paint. recently, this week I kind of found the energy again. So trying to keep that up and keep it going. In 2 weeks, the Thursday the 18th, once I leave work, that starts a 2-week vacation for me. So that'll be a very welcome rest and respite from work. And the only responsibility I'll have is to cook a feast for Christmas. Which I am not going to talk about because last time I got really hungry. I have not eaten lunch yet. At this point, it's won't even be lunch anymore. I might need to change my my music stream or music. It's like this song I've heard 3 times since I started streaming today. Probably need to give you guys a refresher on the music too. Let's see. Not that I don't like that song, but I only hear it so many times. So let's oh, I don't even have any music going on in the background. Or when I pause this. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know I didn't have my music playing for you guys. It's nothing special. It's just the Warcraft music, so I don't get the DMCA or whatever the heck it's called. Come on. Dang. This will be my first bottle of speed paint that I've used fully. Luckily, I've got more. I thought the dark wood was going to be the first one, because I was using that on a bunch of buildings and stuff like that. Yeah, so having said all that, I have no idea what my stream schedule is going to look like over the holidays. Maybe very random and varied. Very varied. But we got some time between now and then to worry about that. Right now, I'm more worried about the Amani Empire. making sure I get some good paint jobs on these guys. Then hopefully doing a good job on Zul'jin to honor one of my favorite characters. I mean, I've got a few of those. I still have Grom Hellscream sitting here. Which this will be the second one I've painted. First one was a brown skin. Oh shoot. Knocking my stuff everywhere. Well. Say that's it. I've got a replacement bottle somewhere up there. Guess see it. Okay. We're almost done with this first slab job. Getting there. Second one's a little more difficult, but it looks better because that's the final. I'll still do touch-ups and things like their eyes, and none of these will have any face paint or body paint, but I'll be able to come back and touch up any mistakes that I made or what have you. Just standard acrylic. But that'll be more difficult because I'll have to go with a smaller brush. some of the mistakes that I've been making will not be okay second time, second layer. Where'd it go? Okay, there it is. First bottle of speed paint ever fully used. That's impressive. But I have used this on a lot of miniatures using this double slap chop method. This is the primary speed paint color I use, because this is what I use for all of the tans, the browns. So, you know, leather, cloth, if it's more of like a tannish cloth. Yeah, this one gets used a lot. Oh, the bone, tusks, stuff like that. So once I'm done with this first layer, since I gotta let it dry, the jury is still out as to what I do next. I might either switch over to play a little bit of Warcraft, play when I'm painting, or I may end it there. I'm not sure yet. Kind of gauging how I feel. We've been going now 5 hours. It's not horrible. I feel like there's a WoW Twitch drop active. I don't remember them. Do not remember. I know they had that purple sweatsuit for a while, but I think that one ended now. Like there was a new one put in. Yeah, kind of what I was doing for the past few weeks was painting on Friday and playing Warcraft on Saturday. This weekend was a little bit strange, out of the ordinary. We had our company Horde here in town, so of course we had to give them a tour of the factory. So I had all my guys in on Friday, which is usually one of our days off. Yeah, the factory only works Monday to Thursday. I follow that schedule as well. So I usually stream on Fridays. But with me working most of Friday, that kind of screwed with those plans. I did do a very short stream. It was only an hour and a half all in all. That was more of like a test stream. I've got testing out multi-streaming, streaming both to YouTube as well as Twitch. Whole goal with that is just to mainly to get my video saved to YouTube. And I remember what I was saying. Oh, also testing. I had another laptop. It was older, but I thought it was more powerful than my current. I was wrong. So I was testing that one out just because, well, it was a Republic of Gamers by Asus, and it has an NVIDIA chip, graphics chip. And I really wanted to use NVIDIA broadcasts for some of the microphone control. It's much better than than some of the other software things out there. This laptop has an AMD Radeon, and then I don't remember the name of the software it uses. And I've got my sound in a semi-okay place, but just a lot of background noise still gets through. And I'd love it if it would not get through. Let's okay. I want to pull these out. Better reshape them with the drunken brush scoop. So I am painting their bases this color as well. Even though I'm going to be painting probably textured over the bases. the textured basing that I have. I'm not sure if that's what I'm gonna do or what I'm gonna do, to be honest. To be honest. Not that I lie otherwise, usually. Goodness. Why do we keep talking here? Stop talking. Just play music. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. I am unsure what I'm gonna do with these bases because these need to be more forest-like. So I don't know if I will use the textured basing or if I'm gonna make these more grass. I know they'll have a lot of green on them. That's where I may want this brown for dirt. So this will help no matter what I do. Because even the textured basing, if I don't get full coverage, you won't notice. Like if I'm missing areas, it won't be noticeable because it'll be brown underneath. And personally, I think having this brown on this edges just looks a little better than the prime gray. Just my personal. Just my personal opinion. So, I'm going to jump backwards. Because earlier in the stream, I was talking about my desire, after I'm done with this Horde army, to create, like, variations. Primarily, well, not primarily, I don't know what I was going to say about that. Like, I want to create a Thralls Horde, but I also want to create, like, a modern Horde with the allied races and some of the other races that came in later. But I was just saying earlier in the stream how I need someone to sculpt High Mountain Tauren, because I'd love to add them to the ranks. And lo and behold, and I kind of suspected that it wasn't going to be long before my 3D Print Forge did that. This current month was Furbolg and Yeti. Kind of a weird combo, but the month before, last month, I guess, November's launch, was Void Elves. Which, you know, partially made sense with the launch of, or the announcements for Midnight and all that coming out. That he would start working on Void Elves. Because one of them is actually Xalatath. She's the big baddie. And I figured he might start on some allied races. I thought he would do another raid, because he just did Sunwell Plateau the month before. And he kind of seems to have sort of a rotation between, you know, doing a raid launch and then doing a race launch. But I think it's also whatever he wants to do. But he's done a few very random. He did a tier 1 armor for orcs, which was very cool. I've got a few. I think all my archers, the orc archers for this army, came from that launch. So it was like starting armor. Maybe? Yeah, I think it was. Something weird like that. Plus a few of the orc warlocks. Or 2 of the orc warlocks. I think I only have 3. Also came from that, so... Get one more base. I am not gonna have enough paint. Just a little bit more. Hey, when that happens, it's hard to get just a little bit. Yeah, this wasn't that hard. Although I need just a little bit more light. Let's see. Okay. That's a wrap for the first slap chop. And I think, yeah, we're at about, we're at about 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the brush scoop on that. Well, I think I'm gonna call it there. It is, we're at 5.5 hours. I mean, most of these are dry. I could do the dry brushing, but I may put this aside for the evening. And I don't think I'm gonna stream Warcraft. I kind of want this video to stay consistent as it loads on YouTube. Well, thank you everyone for joining and sticking around. And I will be back next Friday at approximately 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So feel free to join me again next Friday and Saturday. And follow me, join my Discord, post your stuff. Always looking forward to seeing all that stuff. So, yeah. You guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And